said I would. If they could, they probably should. I left the hood, I said I would. I left the hood, I said I would.
I was caught up in a situation, could've gone real bad. I took a long vacation, no doubt left man of them mad. Gone. I left the hood, I said I would, so I'ma get mine and I won't feel bad. Nah, if they could, they probably should, but most man end up in a two-man pad. Left the hood, I said I would. I left the hood, I said I would. Ain't coming back. If they could, they probably should. Oh yeah. I left the hood, I said I would. I left the hood, I said I would. Left the hood, I said I would. I left the hood, I said I would. Ain't coming back. If they could, they probably should. Oh yeah. I left the hood, I said I would. I left the hood, I said I would.
I was caught up in a situation, could've gone real bad. I took a long vacation, no doubt left none of them mad. I left the hood, I said I would, so I'ma get mine and I won't feel bad. If they could, they probably should, but most man end up in a two-man bad. I was caught up in a situation, could've gone real bad. I took a long vacation, no doubt left none of them mad. I left the hood, I said I would, so I'ma get mine and I won't feel bad. If they could, they probably should, but most man end up in a two-man bad.
Left the hood, I said I would. I left the hood, I said I would. I ain't coming back. If they could, they probably should. Oh yeah. I left the hood, I said I would. I left the hood, I said I would. Left the hood, I said I would. I left the hood, I said I would. I ain't coming back. If they could, they probably should. Oh yeah. I left the hood, I said I would. I left the hood, I said I would.
I was caught up in a situation, could've gone real bad. I took a long vacation, no doubt left none of them mad. I left the hood, I said I would, so I'ma get mine and I won't feel bad. If they could, they probably should, but most man end up in a two-man bad.
I was caught up in a situation, could've gone real bad. I took a long vacation, no doubt left man of them mad. Gone. I left the hood, I said I would, so I'ma get mine and I won't feel bad. Nah, if they could, they probably should, but most man end up in a two-man pad. Left the hood, I said I would. I left the hood, I said I would. Ain't coming back. If they could, they probably should. Oh yeah. I left the hood, I said I would. I left the hood, I said I would. Left the hood, I said I would. I left the hood, I said I would. Ain't coming back. If they could, they probably should. Oh yeah. I left the hood, I said I would. I left the hood, I said I would.
Phone started jumping, what a day. Swear to God I need it, now I can't afford to wait. I just had a fan hit me up from Kuwait. Told him this would happen and we not a minute late. Seen him down bad, now they tryna hate.
All right, everybody, hang tight. We're going to be getting things started real soon. Just adjusting some audio levels here and making sure everything is where it needs to be.
They get some money and they blow it on bait. I don't flex, but I'm pushing all the weight. Told them all, I swear I got it's what it takes. Phone started jumping, what a day. Swear to God I need it, now I can't afford to wait. I just had a fan hit me up from Kuwait. Told him this would happen and we not a minute late.
It's been a long time coming. They ain't cuffing my cloth, they tugging it. Putting up numbers, 99 pounds, and I still kept it 100. Yeah, it's been a long time coming. They ain't cuffing my cloth, they tugging it. Putting up numbers, 99 pounds, and I still kept it 100. Yeah, who don't play, 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 who don't. Long time coming, black on the back.
All right, everybody, about 1 minute out here.
They say that I'm tripping. I've been told I need a vacation. I'm finessing a visit. First
All right, let's get this party started. So we're not blowing you out here. There we go. Now I got everything adjusted right. All right, we're going into NYX. We're going to start out there. And then if we go back to PYRO, I'll head back to the 432 PU. So welcome everybody to Alpha Infinity Tech. We're live tonight in NYX. If you guys haven't watched the latest video, check it out. And we're live streaming on multiple platforms tonight: Twitch, X, and YouTube, of course. If you want the highest quality stream, YouTube is fine. If you want more player engagement with the chat bots and all that, then Twitch is probably a little better on that right now. At least on my stuff. All right, so pretty excited about NYX. It's looking pretty good overall. They just released more performance improvements earlier today. As a matter of fact, that looks like the patch went out at exactly 4:17 p.m. So this is going to be PTU build 106.86832. So if you don't have that installed, get it done. But in there specifically, they are talking about more Vandal activity and more performance improvements. And I'm hoping that we're going to see, oh yeah, look at that. FPS is just, 112 to 1, there it goes, down to 87. And I made the performance counters a lot bigger. So first thing we're going to do here is we're going to go ahead and get properly outfitted. And then we will go and buy some stuff since we lost everything. And then let's select armor here. Yeah, I'm not a fan of that helmet. I have a better one. And then we'll go out and do some mining in NYX. And it's been pretty interesting. Not incredibly profitable yet, but if you watch my video, you know that they're still adjusting all this stuff. So I wouldn't expect a whole lot just yet. All right, so I think we're going to look. I'm feeling awfully, feeling a little nostalgic for PYRO here. So we'll outfit for PYRO tonight. And let's go ahead and do core as well. And I think we're going to get rid of the, I don't like how that menu covers that up. All right, so we're going to go heavy armor tonight. So there's payback and second payback. So we'll go with that. And then we're going to grab some arms here. And normally I wouldn't be boring you guys with this stuff, but they just released this afternoon, so I hadn't had a chance to get in here and take care of business. And it looks like they still haven't quite fixed. I'm not even sure. Yeah, that actually looks like the armor for almost. Maybe not. Did that end up back in inventory or did it just disappear on me? Okay, wrecker arms. There we go. And then let's do some legs. Hopefully that ended up, I guess it's a P2, so it doesn't really matter, but all right. And finally, let's get a backpack so we can carry some stuff, huh? And if you're just joining, let me know how the quality is for you, whether you're on Twitch, X, or on YouTube. I want to make sure this looks like I have a medium since I'm not able to outfit. Yep, that would be why. Okay. It'd be really nice if you're able to do a database lookup and figure out exactly what's what. That's Overlord. Okay, so what we need. That's medium. That's heavy. There we go. All right. That'll work. It's not a perfect match, but that'll work for tonight. It's the PT. Who cares? But I gotta look somewhat cool, right? I mean, what's the point? All right, let's grab a backpack that kind of matches that motif. All right. No, I'm serious. Let's grab a backpack. There we go. And let's see if we have any gadgets in inventory here. If not, we'll go buy some. And we got nothing. We'll take one of those though. All right. Any medical? Nope. Those always show up under weapons for some reason. All right, I think we have the basics here. Grab an AK while we're at it. Why not? Okay, we lost our AK. Let's try that again. All right, there we go. Okay. Let's go buy some stuff real quick. Have the mining basics at least. I'm going to need some... let me just... And we need to go... I'm going to go buy a golem as well. So we'll head up to Teach's ship shop first. And if you guys are just joining, welcome to Alpha Infinity Tech. We're live tonight in NYX on the latest PTU patch, just testing things out. And we're going to go buy a Teach's golem because why would you do that, you ask, when you already have one? And the answer is simple. It's because this one has some components, a component that the other one does not have. And it's all PTU money anyway. So we get a much better quantum drive in that one. And we're getting about 75, 77 with smooth motion, so not terrible. Playable for sure. 80. I won't lie to y'all though, it has a tendency to glitch here now and then, for sure. Oh, dude, you climbed into the wrong elevator, bro. I think you're gonna get shipped off to loving the dreads though. Okay, let's see if we can get let's make sure we got the right golem here, because we're gonna go out in the golem tonight. I'm actually finding the golem to be a lot of fun. Okay, so it's in inventory. Let me see if I have any other components that I can put on this. And of course, we have to put in. There we go, my favorite paint. And system we don't care about. Utility. So yeah, we have some modules, so we don't even have to go buy some of those. Unfortunately, I am going to have to go buy some gadgets. So on this guy, we're going to put a Riger. And how about a focus? Let me think about this for a minute. There's two different setups I like to run on this thing. I either like to run a surge and a stampede on it. Why don't we run the surge and stampede setup tonight and see how it does? And then with the mining gadgets we're about to go buy, we're going to grab a couple of Sabirs. You guys watch my latest video, you know you got to have those Sabirs on board for sure. Yeah, 115 right here in the hangar, 112. That's not bad. Go through customs here, and then we'll have to head down to the second sub-level, I believe, to go do some... no, we're actually going to head down to sub-level 3 to the mining area. Anyway, hopefully you guys can see those performance stats, because... I don't want anybody thinking I'm trying to game the system here. Down to 41 here, though. This is not great right here. Something bad's happening right there. What's up, fellas? Nobody talks to anybody anymore, you know? Yeah, that performance is not so great. I feel like we've taken a step back, honestly. And what happened to this poor girl? Wow. All right, so we'll pick up some sustenance and some mining gadgets. And really, the only one I care about is this one right here. And I'm going to buy 3 of these. We'll just have 3 in the backpack here. Yeah, I got to say, performance... I don't know what performance upgrade they did, but it wasn't the greatest. Okay, and then we'll have one... They don't sell the Optimax here, which makes me sad. But we can get a Bormax. Boy, the UI is really screwed up tonight. Okay, let's try this again. And let's make sure we put that in our backpack. There we go. You're wondering why I do heavy armor? That's why. It's not because I plan on getting shot at. It's because I can carry more stuff. Okay, and finally, a couple of cruise loxes, since it seems like their sustenance algorithm has been trifled with a little bit so that you get more dehydrated faster. All right, we got everything we need. I'm just curious though. So we can buy these mining heads here. I wonder if they allow us to so there's the Impact 2 and the Helix 2. Lawson. Very interesting. Maximum range 30 meters. I'm just going to have one of those in inventory just for the heck of it. All right. Time to go do some mining. Let's go check it out. And let's just make sure that we have, yep, we have our mining gadgets and we have all our stuff.
Capsule now approaching station. Stand clear of disembarking passengers.
And if you're just joining us, welcome to Alpha Infinity Tech. We're live tonight in the PTU. We're out on NYX. In Levski specifically, and we're about to grab a golem and go out and crack some rocks and see how things are going here. So we're just chilling. Gonna be a nice, easy, chill night. No crazy stuff going on. Wednesday, on the other hand, Wednesday is gonna be a little different. Or I'm sorry, Saturday. Saturday is gonna be a little different. I'm gonna be out doing some other stuff. Loving the desert suit, bro. And this guy right here is rolling with the red alert armor. Looks pretty good, right? All right, back to the hangar, back to better performance, I hope. I definitely feel like we've taken a step back. All right, let's get the golem called up and let's go crack some rocks, shall we? Let's see what we can see here. If you didn't see my earlier stream today on Twitch, we did a Red Wind line haul mission, at least the initial one, to start our cred grind. All right, there's our... And back up to 120 again. I'd say they still have a little bit of work to do here, but and we're just waiting on our extra large hangar to bring up our little golem for us. All right. So if all goes well, we'll find some new stuff to mine tonight. Torite, lindenium, maybe some ceruleum. Most everything has torite in it. It's in abundance. If you guys watch my latest video, you'll know what that sells for. And if you're watching that performance in the top left-hand corner of your screen, you'll notice that GPU is just bouncing all over the place, 40 to 60 and back. So I'd say that there's still some optimization that they can do here. For sure. And there is our beautiful golem. After spending years in a mole, who would have thunk that it'd be the golem that catches my attention? But it is a really cool ship. This Pitman mining head on this thing is actually pretty impressive. And there it is, folks. That is the view of Levski right there. And it is busy out here, always. Give you guys a nice 360-degree view. You know, the crazy thing is when you get out into the, a little bit further out into the belt here, all these asteroids are starting to spin. Yeah, you can kind of see back here that these are moving around. Beautiful. Gorgeous, isn't it? And I'll fly around here for a little bit. Very busy with other testers out here in the PTU. All right, let's go ahead and get the shields down and get a little bit more speed going here. Get into the nav SCM mode. And already she's accelerated out to 1,000 meters a second, so we'll head out this direction for a little bit. Try and keep you guys on the outside view. I just need to hop into the cockpit, make sure I don't smash into an asteroid. But as you can see, it still pauses now and then. It's still, you know, the PTU is still glitching a bit. And it's not my machine for sure. It's definitely the environment here. And there went an M-type right there. And it looks like we have a couple of machines out here. So that looks like a Guardian. A Mirai Guardian out there. Who else do we have out here? Let's get the radar all the way out to 60 kilometers here. All right, we're starting to get some signatures back. So I'm going to accelerate out just a little bit further. Look how gorgeous that is. Beautiful, isn't it? All right. And I'm going to try something real quick. Nope, not like the belt. So we managed to accelerate outside the belt. I was hoping I could hit B fast enough and get a little bit more distance between. There's Van Duel Space out there. All right, let's get Levski. Just a little bit too far. The belt's not as big as we thought. A lot of diameter, but not a lot of width. All right, let's turn this ship around. And if you're just joining us, welcome to Alpha Infinity Tech. We're live tonight on Twitch, YouTube, and X. All right, so we got an 1870. That's a rock. Let's go take a look at it and see what we can see. Last night I had a problem scanning at all. Couldn't get anything to scan whatsoever. Q-type, you guys know what that means from the old days, right? All right, let's get the scan going already, huh? There we go. Not looking good. Not looking good at all. Yeah, it's not going to scan. That's never a good sign. All right. Yep, not going to scan out at all. No bueno. All right, let's try another rock. I don't know how much time I'm gonna spend doing this. Okay, so we got 1850. I'm just gonna try rolling up to it without doing a long distance scan and just see what we can see if the mining head will pick it up. And quite a few of them in here too. 1850, 1900. I haven't seen a 1900 in a while. Let's go check that one out instead. Actually, we'll go ahead and scan this one first. Okay. So we're going to roll up to this one nice and easy. It's an M type. Okay. Okay, we're close. If anybody out there is in the P2 and you're having luck scanning, let me know. Not looking good though. All right, we're gonna try another one. Dang it. Oh, look at that server error. Okay. All right, so that's our first server error of the night, so I'm not going to get too excited. So here's what's going to happen for those on the stream. You guys don't come to watch server errors and getting kicked out. So what I'm going to do is this going to put me back in the PTU, and if I can't scan a rock in here, then we're going to head back to the PU. So hopefully this will recover nicely. And while that's doing that, I'm going to be right back.
I left the hood, I said I would. If they could, they probably should. I left the hood, I said I would. I left the hood, I said I would.
I was caught up in a situation, could have gone real bad. I dipped, took a long vacation, no doubt left man of them mad. Gone. I left the hood, I said I would, so I'ma get mine and I won't feel bad. Nah, if they could, they probably should, but most man end up in a two-man pad. Left the hood, I said I would.
I
left the hood, I said I would.
ain't coming back.
If they could, they probably should.
Oh yeah.
I left the hood, I said I would.
I left the hood, I said I would.
Left the hood, I said I would.
I
left the hood, I said I would.
ain't coming back.
If they could, they probably should.
Oh yeah.
I left the hood, I said I would.
I left the hood, I said I would.
I was caught up in a situation, could have gone real bad. I dipped, took a long vacation, no doubt left none of them mad. I left the hood, I said I would, so I'ma get mine and I won't feel bad. If they could, they probably should, but most man end up in a two-man bad. I was caught up in a situation, could have gone real bad. I dipped, took a long vacation, no doubt left none of them mad. I left the hood, I said I would, so I'ma get mine and I won't feel bad. If they could, they probably should, but most man end up in a two-man bad.
All right, so I waited on the server error for a while and it didn't resolve itself, so we Alt F4 it out and we're going to try and head back in. Yeah, and I'm locked in, so let's... And they had a queue, so it looks like a bunch of people got booted. So let's see if it puts us right back in our Golem. And like I said, we're going to see if we can scan some rocks. And if we can, I'm not wasting much more time in NYX tonight. I think we'll head back to the 432 PTU if that doesn't work out. And we'll try cracking some rocks in the mole. So hang tight with me, folks. We're almost back. And I want to thank you guys for joining tonight, whether you're on X, Twitch, or YouTube. Glad to have everybody here. And I have a feeling that we're not going to be spending a ton of time tonight in NYX. So we'll see. All right, we're back. Let's see if we can get a scan to work. And if not, I'm going to bounce right out of here. Yeah, it's looking like no bueno here in NYX tonight. And it's about to die out on me again. All right. Let's head into the PU. And I think what we're going to do tonight on the PU is we're going to head out to Monox. Or maybe someplace else. We'll see.
It's been a long time coming. They ain't cuffing my clock, they tugging it. Putting up numbers, 99 pounds, and I'm still kept it 100. Yeah, it's been a long time coming. They ain't cuffing my clock, they tugging it. Putting up numbers, 99 pounds, and I'm still kept it 100. Yeah, who don't play, 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 who don't play, play, play.
All right. Back into the PU. We're actually getting onto a shard that's got a Q on it. Wow. Isn't that nice? For those that are just joining us, the P2 is no good for mining tonight, so can't scan anything. Wasn't able to scan anything yesterday either, so I'm starting to think that that's on purpose. All right, and we're back. There we go. All right. And what we'll do is we'll go grab our Star Lancer Max, head back through the gate, and do some mining tonight in Pyro. Look at that, just a solid 115, 112, 114 out here in Area 18. Beautiful. Nice and smooth, so we'll get on the city flight and get the heck out of Stanton. How you liking that armor, bro? $32 seconds. Why do we have to wait 32 seconds for a city flight? You'd think they'd be running more. Not if you can hear me on VoIP, man. Okay, all right. Loving the stash. All right. Oh, everybody's taking their helmet off. Isn't that cute? What the heck? I got some ink I can show off. It's like we got a freak show going on over here. All right. Running the Alpha Infinity Tech colors. Rolling with some new ink. And of course, a couple of studs in the air, right? Why not? All right. Now that we've all been playing around. All right. We're out of here. You know, I used to like this part of the universe so much. New Babbage is still my favorite. But I have to be honest with you. PYRO is where the love is at the moment. Yeah, that's some pretty cool armor. All right, let's get our Star Lancer Max called up here. If you're wondering why that's here, it's because I did another $7 million mining refined material drop off here just the other day. Nope. Where's my Star Lancer Max? There it is. All right, let's hope that doesn't and there she is, ready to roll. The amazing amount of detail they put on. All right, what do we got? We gonna get the elevator today? I love this right here. You think by now they would have fixed this? All right, we're off to Pyro. We'll grab a mole. Make sure we got plenty of Optimaxes on board. There we go. Hangar request completed. And let's get the landing gear up. And we'll go ahead and get the Pyro gateway plugged in here. Get you guys an external view here, because it is another beautiful day out here. Look at that. Gorgeous. And just maxed out at 120. I limit the video card to 120 frames a second. Let me see what we're running at here. I want to make sure graphics are all high, photo mode slow, field of view maxed out, sharpening, chromatic aberration turned off. Good. All right. There it is. Whoever thought that at Area 18 we'd be seeing 120 FPS? GPU's worked a little harder right here. CPU not so much, but man, it's looking beautiful. Look at this. Just amazing. After backing this thing since 2014, I finally feel like we have the hardware and the software assisted smooth motion to really just make this beautiful. Look at this. Gorgeous. Okay, I'm sorry for gawking, guys. I just kind of get lost in this game sometimes. I mean, it's just amazing how beautiful it is. Very buggy, but very pretty. All right, let's go ahead and get pitch up. Get into the right SCM mode here. Get a little bit more, there we go. What's going on with the nose up here? Now that GPU's working, 81%. Loving that. All right, off to the Pyro Gateway we go. All A-graded components on the Starlancer Max here. Probably my favorite cargo hauling ship in the game right now. For larger loads, you know, for the smaller stuff, I really still like the Zeus CL the best. Honestly. But if you're just joining us, welcome to Alpha Infinity Tech. We are live tonight in the verse. We're headed back to Pyro. Unfortunately, NYX is not putting out a bunch of unscannable rocks out there tonight. Got booted out in a server error, tried going back in. And so if I can't be making money in the 4.4 PTU, then I'm coming back to 4.32. So that's what we're doing at the moment. And I got that performance overlay up there for you guys so you can watch what the machine's doing here. And if you haven't caught my latest video on YouTube, check it out. It's NYX performance on my hardware. Kind of surprising for the PTU, honestly. Not bad. All right, we are headed back to the lawless but profitable part of space here. So let's wait for all that to render out. There we go. Who is that? Oh, that's a paladin right there. He's not looking so great. All right. And it doesn't matter if you're on Twitch or X or YouTube. Say hello to me in chat. Let me know you're out there. I'll give you a shout out on the stream here. Glad to have everybody on tonight. We are headed back to Pyro to make some money tonight. NYX is not paying. Not at all. So if you're into industrial gameplay and Star Citizen, you go where the money is. Boy, a lot of ships out here at the gate tonight. Wow. All right, let's get off the cruise control, start the decel. I don't want to run into anybody. And let's make sure our Get slowed down here. What is this? Very interesting. A C1. All right, let's see if we can get spooled up here and get out of here. Oh boy, he was close. All right, let's try this again. Surely we have a jump drive on this. I'm just gonna flip around one more time. See if I'm getting the UI indicators for the jump, and I am not. Okay. I can't possibly imagine why I would have taken the jump drive out of this, but that's all right. We'll head back. Throw one in real quick. I might even have one in inventory already. There we go. Let's try this again. Got to be in the right SCM mode here. There it is. All right. I was going to say, there's no freaking way I pulled the jump drive out of the Starlancer Max for any reason. This armor prevents me from accessing some of this UI functionality. That's really irritating. But I get it. Everybody's running different UI aspect modifiers. Everybody's running field of view at different levels. Everybody's running different resolutions. So I can see how I can get all messed up. There's that. So we got ourselves a Mirai Guardian. That's a Polaris on my left side. And we're headed back to Pyro. We're going to go crack some rocks on Ignis or Monarchs tonight. NYX is not paying. It's not scanning out. Okay, we're getting the jump gate open here. And it's another beautiful night in Star Citizen. Look at that. No, here we go. All right, probably should get back into the cockpit so I have a little bit better viewpoint here. And so once we get spit out into the Pyro portion of the galaxy, we'll head back to Checkmate. Load up on some Optimaxes and go down to Ignis or Monarchs and find out what we can crack tonight. I want something big. You know, if we could find something in the 70K range, that would make me happy. I think I finally have my mole configuration dialed in. I'm going to do a V2 video out on the YouTube channel. Get you guys locked into what I'm using to make all this money. Just pulling in the millions upon millions mining out in Pyro. Just non-stop moneymaker, that mole. Just non-stop. Doesn't matter whether you're solo or you're crewed. If you're crewed, you can really make bank with that thing. But solo, it's great. So much versatility. Okay, I'm going to accelerate away from the jump point here just to make sure I don't get smacked by somebody coming out. And let's go ahead and get checkmate plugged in. Now, PYRO has never performed as well as Stanton, which is why I was surprised that NYX was performing as well as it does, because it actually seems to do better than PYRO. All right, we got our jump drive spooled up. We got a little bit of a run out here, but that's okay. We got 8 grade components on the Starlancer Max here. Give you guys a view of the camo I'm running on this thing. Pretty cool. I didn't think I'd like the Starlancer Max that much, but for cargo runs, I really do appreciate this ship. This is one of those ships that if you decide to buy it, it'll ROI for you. For sure. It doesn't matter whether you're space trucking or running refined materials back and forth between PYRO to Stanton or vice versa. It just doesn't matter. This thing it's very utilitarian in its use. It's got quarters on board so you can bed log, lots of space. The only thing I don't like about it is this big, huge nose on the front of it. You know, it makes visibility a little bit weird. But overall, and there's that self status. I wonder if I can get to that. That's the bad thing about wearing heavy armor inside a ship. There we go. See if we can get, yeah, I have the advanced HUD selected. Great. Get 3 more allocated to the engines and then 3 more to shields once we have those back. But yeah, this looks, that's the only thing I don't like about the Starlancer Max is that big nose on the front. So visibility can be a little iffy sometimes, but overall, pretty good ship. Pretty happy with it. I recommend buying one if you can. Like I said, it'll ROI out for you over time. Whether it's saving time on refined materials runs or whether it's space trucking, it'll pay for itself. All right, we're almost halfway there to checkmate, and then we're going to go climb in a mole and break some rocks tonight. And if you're just joining us, let me know how the stream quality is for you guys. I want to make sure that you're not getting blown out by music or voice, that the video quality is okay for you. If you're on YouTube, please make sure you hit that gear icon and select 4K. If you're on Twitch or X, I'm limited to 1080p, so I apologize for that. Nothing I can do about that. And I'm not special enough to run 1440 or 2160 on Twitch. So maybe someday, but not today. All right, let's see what things look like here at checkmate. We'll get the Starlancer Max parked. Then I'm going to leave the hangar, go up to the ASOP terminal in the lobby and call the mole back so I can go into a medium hangar instead of a large. I'm actually not a fan of having a large hangar. All right. There's checkmate. There she is. We're home. Our home away from home. And if you guys haven't seen my NYX performance video on YouTube, check it out on the channel. It kind of goes over the hardware that I'm running, and I have links as well. All right. Let's get a hangar called up. There we go. The only thing about checkmate is you got to run those scans out, make sure that your velocity is not going to push you into an asteroid. So make sure your vector indicator is where you want it to be at all times. That's for sure out here. There's also wires. You'll see this wire coming up right here. There it is. There goes Aegis Wolf. Get slowed down here a little bit. There we go. And there is checkmate, my favorite place in the verse right now. Okay, let's get the landing gear down. There we go. Let's get her turned around. Then we'll get her stored. Perfect. All right. And I'm going to throw some fuel in her, repair any paint that I might have scratched on the way in here. And, all right, let's get this one stored. And then we'll call up a mole and get the heck out of here and go out to Ignis and make some money. Loving the elevator, just wish they'd fix that animation. All right, well, we'll just store it like that, I guess. All right, bye-bye, Starlancer Max. I didn't do a good job parking, so that's why that's about to happen. All right, let's head up to the lobby, get our medium hangar. Okay, we have two moles here. Let's see which one's which here. So for those that don't know, I'm running all 8. Okay, so this is the gray cat. That's Argo Mole, and then Mole 2 is going to have the new keystone on it. We'll go with that one. So we're running a Hofstad, of course. I mean, what else is there for those sub brakes? And then we got a Riger C3 and a Focus 3 on that. May change out that Riger and go with a, may change this out for something different. Maybe some filtration on inert materials, but this one's really not incredibly necessary. Then on the Helix, we're running a double surge and a Stampede. And then on the front Helix, we're running a triple C3. So really nice setup. It's been really useful for me. All right, let's go down to our hangar, and I'm going to switch out, get rid of this ammo that I have on board, and switch out, get some mining modules. Nope, but we're still stuck with a large. Okay, well. Let's pop into inventory here real quick. And there's no reason for me to carry 32 mags of parallax. And let's go ahead and dump the parallax while we're at it. I'm going to keep the max lift on board. Bore maxes, I'm pretty much done with them. Not a fan of bore maxes at all anymore. Just, I don't feel like I'm getting my money's worth. So we'll take a couple of Optimaxes and we'll grab a couple of Sabirs in case we need to drop that resistance down. So I'll have that on board. And then let's see if why is my mole still 127 meters away? I wonder. I hate it when this happens because then that means let's store it. Yeah, it says it's moving to storage, but it's not moving. All right, let's try storing this again from the ASOP terminal outside the hangar. I hate it when this happens. This sucks. All right, back to the entrance. Come on now. Stored. Okay. Let's try retrieving it again. Okay. I think it's lying, but who knows? We'll see. There she is. All right, let's go. I'm just going to check and make sure that we have a few extra modules on board. I don't know if I have a store all or not. I'm about to find out. I should. I generally have a store all and I put some extra modules in here, so let's find out. Show me the promised land. Yes, we do. Fantastic. All right. Yeah, we have extras. So a couple of extra surges and a stampede and lots of good. Lots of Optimaxes. Let's get out of here. All right, we'll take a quick jump out to Ignis. And there's our beautiful mole, our money-making machine, folks. I guess the equivalent in the space trucking world might be the Hull C. I don't know. Haven't done enough of that. All right, let's throw a scan out there, make sure there's not an asteroid in my path. I hear people have hit that asteroid before, at least that's what a friend told me. What's up, Humble? Glad to have you on, my friend. Well, there's a lot of glitches in the PTU for sure on storing ships. Seems like you got to claim them every time, and it sucks having to run into the same kind of glitches out in the PU. I wish they'd fix it. I'm running this paint in your honor, man. Just so you know, you inspired me. And she's getting a little bit of wear and tear. All right, so back to Ignis we go. Beautiful paint, though. And as you guys know, we got to hit Pyro 5 first, and then we'll get our quantum destination set for Ignis. Maybe we find some quantanium, maybe we find some Stileron or some Ricite, whatever. Either way, let's make some money. All right, off we go. We're gonna have to hit an orbital marker real quick. All right, and here we go towards the promised land. And there she is. Okay, let's hit the North Pole or orbital marker here. I feel like my HUD's not as complicated as it should be. I'm going to fix that. Oh, that's right. I blew away all my game settings here recently. Let's fix that. Game settings, and let's go down to default. Yes. Advanced HUD and everything, please. And then we'll fix this in the UI here. Just a moment. All right, I'm thinking right about there sounds good to me. Get the cruise control up here. I'm gonna go fix my HUD so I can see what I need to see. There we go. And for those that are wondering, I'm running 4K, so here's the game settings. 3840 by 2160, full screen, DirectX 11, quality upscaling, DLSS, HDR enabled. There's my HDR settings. Quality is very high, everything's maxed out here. Motion blur is off. Oh, it should, yeah, I want it off. I don't want that on. And then VSync, yes. Sharpening, yes. Chromatic aberration is off. I like film grain on, it makes it look a little bit more realistic. And then QR code, of course, is off. So that's our settings for tonight. And you can see here that the GPU and the CPU are just barely purring along, not really working that hard. There we go. What a beautiful sight. All right. And we're going to try going a little bit further over this way today. Keep that velocity up and we'll head straight down here. But smooth as butter out here in Pyro. Can't complain. And I'm going to get the playlist changed up here while we're waiting. Not really a fan of that one either. I need to take that one off my playlist. There we go. Humble, you out working tonight, man? Or they let you get some rest? All right. And we are back in Pyro on Ignis for the first time in about a week or so. And let's get into the proper SCM mode here. Throw some scans out. And what do we got? All right. That's a 12. I'd rather chew on something a little bit bigger. There's an 18 too. Let's go check that out. All right, let's see what Ignis is going to give us tonight. Let's get off the cruise control, slow down. $15,000 in Terranite, not terrible, but not great. How is it possible that I have a major torque imbalance already? All right, we're going to head right into the sun. Get into the nav SCM mode here. Another 19.2 out that direction, so let's head that way. And for those that are just joining, welcome to Alpha Infinity Tech. We're live tonight. We were in NYX, not anymore. There is no scannable rocks out there for me tonight, so we're going to come back to where we can actually make some money here. All right, what's NYX got for me tonight? Titanium and inert. $23K Bexelite rock. Yeah, a lot of titanium, but nothing. Large rock, not great material. So there's a 40K Terranite rock. I think we'll probably take that one home. See if there's anything else valuable in this cluster here. And a 13K Bexelite rock, so 86. How much was that was Bex? Let's see. Only 20. Another 11K Bexelite rock. I don't know. First thing I'm going to do is we're going to try and take this one first. Before I climb out and go put an Optimax on it, I want to see if I can actually take this with just the front mining head. And if I can't, then we'll hop over into the so resistance is only at 22%. So I think it's probably right outside the range of the triple Riger setup. We'll see. But first I need to go get into the proper SCM mode here. Beautiful day out here on Ignis though. Wow. Love the view out here with the moon there in the background. Really nice. Great place to mine. I actually find bigger rocks on Monox than I do on Ignis, but I find a little bit more TRS materials out here than I do on Monox. So I don't know. It depends on what you're looking for. But I don't think we're going to get the needle to move on this one. But our optimal is pretty darn good. So 188 SCU, 40K. Resistance is at 22%. Instability is high, which is good. But I don't think this triple Riger setup is going to do the trick for us. So now what we're going to do is we're going to take a crack at this. I'm going to go put an Optimax on this real quick and see if we can crack it with the double surge Stampede mining head. Should take care of it, no problem, but you never know. All right, she's parked. And we'll just hop out the mining head here. That's the easiest way to go. All right, let's go ahead and get a all right, what kind of waveform analysis are we going to get right off the bat here? 59? Well, I've seen better, I've seen worse. Not this portion is not looking great. Let's see if we can get some improvement. All right, let's detach and try another spot. There we go, 95 right off the bat. Am I getting greedy if I want more? There was 97 right there. All right, we're either going to take this rock home or we're going to blow it up. One or the other. But there is no in between. Gorgeous day out here on Ignis, though. Look at this. Amazing. There's our nice little store all, just in case we need more modules. And for those that are new to mining, especially in the mole, I highly recommend you carry a store all on board. Just in case you blow up a rock and pop all the modules off your mining head, or you just blow through mining modules trying to crack a rock and you need more. All right, we're going to move over to this direction. We're going to stay, I'm going to move a little bit closer. We'll get between 10 and 15 degrees nose up. Look at that, folks. Amazing. Really beautiful. Got that little haze out there on the horizon. The Star Citizen universe just keeps getting better and better every single time. From a beauty standpoint, now from a bug standpoint, that's a totally different story, but all right, so we got a double surge stampede set up here. We'll let some of that overcharge bleed off. I have plenty of modules on board here. All right, let's see if we can ride this optimal all the way home, right? Boy, she popped up there a little bit, didn't she? All right, there she goes. So a little bit of overcharge, not bad, not terrible. However, the way those things are rolling on me, I'm probably gonna have to move back a little bit. So let's do that. Let's reposition the mole, and then we'll go out to the almighty Hofstede 2 and do some cracking. We'll just back it up just a slight bit here. And the Hofstad can reach out, so it's got a lot of range on it. I'm curious to see what that Optimax did for me. But as you guys can see, not much penalty to the Optimal, even though the Optimax does hurt you a little bit there. If this were like a Quantanium rock, I probably wouldn't have used that. I probably would have put a Sabir on it or something different maybe, but not an Optimax. Because generally that optimal window is a little bit too small. Anyway, all right, let's see what we got. So 8% Terranite on that one. 29%. Probably inerted a little bit of this one with the overcharge. 61% Terranite. So let's go ahead and start with this one. Let's get that power way down. For you miners out there, is there a prettier sight than that in the Star Citizen universe? Not bad, huh? All right, let's go ahead and start scooping here. 68%, we'll take that. %. There's that Optimax, folks. Loving that. Don't even have to wait. That was a 70% shard. This one's not as good, but still decent. Uh, 30%, we'll take it. Let's see what we got here. 8%, I'm going to leave that. I'm going to have to get more nose up, unfortunately. All right, let's go ahead and fracture this one before I go back up into the cockpit here. We'll let that overcharge bleed off a little bit. There we go. Gonna say, are we gonna get a scan out of this thing or what? Taking forever tonight. %. I think we'll skip that one. Take that 47% shard though at 4.28. %, titanium on that one, 6% Terranite on that one. I'm gonna go ahead and actually let's get the nose up a little bit more. I love the spam you get on Twitch in chat. Isn't that great? Okay, let's move back just a slight bit. Get a little bit more nose up. You guys saw me put this thing between 10 and 15, right? All right. Okay, well, another 33%. We'll take that. Why not? All right, let's see what we got here. Okay, that's 100% titanium. All right, let's go ahead. I'm going to save that one for last. Let's see what else we got here. Oh, server desync. Gotta love it. Yikes. Isn't everybody out in the PTU tonight? Why am I getting server desynced on the PU? $95 on instability, 43 SCU on the composition. And I wasn't paying attention, so hopefully we don't blow that one up. Let's go get these out of the way. Yeah, that server desync is bad. What? Go reposition. There we go. So we'll probably end up with about 40 SCU. Not terrible. That is that Optimax at work right there. Loving it. Here's a little piece hiding right behind that one. Let's see what that one's got for us. Yeah, 28%. Why not? We know that one's heavy on Terranite, so we'll take it. Yep, 99%. And we got slightly better than 40. And there's another 90% plus. So over 50 SCU, that was well worth it. And I'm not going to go hunting for anything else. I'm going to go drop this back of the barn. So I think I'm going to go ahead and take this one too. Just even though it's only 6%. Just want to make sure. Maybe we get lucky and we get a shard within reach here. Okay, 1%. We're almost full here, so let's scoop what we can scoop and go home. All right. The rest is titanium. I'm going to go ahead and bust this one just to make sure that there's nothing behind it. And it does not look like there was anything behind that one. So this will be all titanium. All right, let's go ahead and get out of here. And back to checkmate with 50 SCUs of Terranite. So not a bad mining run at all. And that, folks, is a beautiful sight. Very beautiful what they did here. Really nice. Okay, let's head back. And if you guys like the stream, do me a favor, give it a thumbs up. The quality's good. The audio's good, obviously. And then what we're going to do is we're going to head out to Monox after this, I believe. And we'll see if we can find some really big rocks out there to mess around with. And luckily, we got a fast quantum drive in this thing, so it doesn't take forever to get across the verse. Almost home. And then we'll go get a refinery job going here, and then we'll head back out. All right, full speed back to checkmate. And then we're going to offload our cargo here. There's our beautiful hangar. We're not going to smack into that wire. I'm just going to pretend like that's never happened before. It'll definitely mess up your ship, though. All right, having a little control input problem there. That's been resolved. All right, let's repair the paint, offload the cargo. Get some gas. Get a refinery job going and then head on back out. And for those that are new to mining, the nice thing about Pyro, right to the refinery from your hangar. Oh, but we want to store that first. Hold on. Oh, watch that Jeep utilization run up and down from 20 to 50 to 70, then down to 0, then to 35. Man, I'd say they still have some optimization to do in Pyro for sure. Okay, so we're going to have a nice little get a quote here. Yeah, 16.4 for 8 hours. 44.10 yield on that. Not a bad run. Then let's go direct sell our titanium. Yeah, just to make sure that we don't have anything on the other one. There's nothing on that one. Okay. And we have plenty of mining supplies on board, so no need to stop in the refinery store, and then it's right back to our medium hangar. And let's head out to Monox and see if we can find something big. And there she is. She just appears. I almost kind of wish they would keep it that way. I don't like waiting for the hangar to go down and waiting for the ship to come back up. It's just seems kind of seems like a waste of time. I get they're trying to be realistic and all, but it is a space game. All right. If we run into anything really big out on Monox, then we'll unlock the ship ports and stick a third surge on there. But we should be able to do most of the rocks out there with a double surge stampede setup. We'll find out. Make sure we're all healed up and fueled up. Yep, looking good. That guy's wondering what the heck is going on here. Something bad happened right here. I don't plan on sticking around to find out. All right. Get a scan out there, make sure we don't smack an asteroid. And off we go. Did a little mining on Ignis tonight. Now we're going to hit Monox. And Monox is a lot closer than, obviously, than Ignis. All right, same thing here. We're going to hit the North Pole outer marker. Orbital marker, sorry. And let's get the speed up. On this one, we have to add a little vertical thrust just to get it unobstructed, so we'll do that. Then we'll head down to the surface. We'll pick a spot and see if we can find something big. Or at least something worth taking home. Let's put it that way. Lots of vertical thrust. And off we go. All right. We'll pick a spot down here and let's see what we can see. Yeah, it looks good. Right about, maybe a little bit further over. Maybe about right there. Perfect. All right. Give you guys a nice outside view. And we should be down there in just a moment. We'll see some atmospheric friction here in just a moment. But using the method here of hitting the North Pole orbital marker and then heading down, that kind of guarantees you stay in the daylight most of the time. And it is really, really tough for people to find you down here. So you're not going to run into many people, which is the way I like it. No pretty moon out here though. It's just space. There we go. A little bit better view. Yeah, let's pick a nice flat spot out here. Let's see. This looks pretty darn good, right about here. Now we're going to switch up music a little bit here. But probably nobody's going to find you out here if you do it this way. If you head to a quantum marker and then shoot out 100 or 200 kilometers, they may not find you that way either, but there's a much better chance that they will. All right, we are headed down. Let's get off the cruise control here. All right. We get some, that's a 1790. We'll skip that one today. 10,740. We'll skip that one as well. That's more like it. But I don't know. Is it going to be a couple or is it going to be a bunch of them? Looks like a bunch of them. So probably not great, but we'll find out. Still got that beautiful scenery out there for sure. And these are on the side of a mountain too. So I was hoping to be more in the flats. Yeah, these all look pretty small, so I think I'm just going to scan this guy right here. Yeah, 45K copper rock. We'll pass. $17K the quantanium, so 20 SCU. I'm going to pass on that one too, just because we're looking for something a little bigger tonight. Laranite. Okay. Let's head into the sunset. If I take that quant rock, I got to head home right away. So we're just going to keep on looking here. All right, Monarchs, give me something big to mine tonight. Let's see what we got. All right, we got a little obsidian, huh? $40K, but not the material we're looking for. 32. Nothing but junk so far, except of course for that one quantanium rock. All right, let's keep on looking. Come on, Monarchs, we can do better than this. All right, what do we got? Let's see. Shale's always a good sign, right? Okay, 32 in gold. $17 in laranite. I saw quite a few more signatures out here. Let's go see what we can see. 18,000 over there. 7440. $18,000 over here at 6 kilometers out. Let's go take a look. Oh, humble. Look at what I found. Look at that beauty. You don't see those come up very much, do you? That is a beautiful rock. Think I could triple surge my way through that? Maybe if we drop the resistance down? Probably not, huh? I think we're past the limit. Would I be crazy for trying? Oh, look at this beauty. Mm-mm-mm. 85,390. What do you think? Humble, this is an 85,000 mass rock. 20% quantanium, 252 SCUs, my friend. I got her zoomed in nice and tight for you. Think there's a chance with a triple surge setup or a double surge stampede on the Helix 2? Or are we just slightly above our max size here for a single, for a solo mole? Yeah, I think you're right. That's a hard one to pass up though, my friend. That's a tough one. That hurts. I'm gonna have to drop that into my rocks. So we're gonna keep on moving. But I told y'all, they get big out here. Big. 11,870. We'll pass on that one. That hurts leaving that one behind. That is a juicy rock right there. Okay, we got 10 and we got 18. Let's go check out the 18. Yeah, I think we could do it with 2 people. Honestly, I think we could crack that one with 2. But unfortunately, we're solo moling it tonight, so let's see what else Monox has for me tonight. What else we got? Probably not any more 85K quantanium rocks. Tiny.
Hey, stand up guy on 10 toes. Big body pull up in a Range Rover. I can change the whole game when I say so. I pull up, shut it down, yeah, they know. Running this game ain't a thing for me. I never switched up, no change in me. The only thing changing this season.
All right, let's get away from that quantanium rock. It's still pulling me towards it. Let's get away. I hate leaving those behind, but sometimes, you know, you just got to do what you got to do. Got some jewels popping up. 31.2 over here, so that's probably going to be quite a few rocks, but we'll go check them out anyway. Look at the beautiful scenery out here on Monox, though. You can't complain about that. The colors are just so different everywhere you go in Pyro. We get back in the cockpit so we don't smack into a side of a mountain here, or a hill. Oh yeah, we got a lot of rocks right here. Let's see if any of these are worth taking home tonight. Definitely not that one. But it's big. Lots of copper out here. Let's see if there's any big ones over here that we can. 45 in Laranite. I'd rather spend my time on other things. All right. 19. Wow, look at all these. Look at all these shell deposits on top, on the side of this mountain. I'm sure that the verse is going to play with me, put something nice and juicy up here that's going to fall all the way down the dang hill once we crack it. 41 in gold will pass. $32 in Laranite, we'll pass on that too. 19 in gold, definitely going to pass. And we'll pass on this, everything else on that mountain. Let's find something else. A little bit more hospitable place. All right, so we got one. That's let's check this one out at 5K and then we'll move over a little bit. Tungsten, no thanks. $33 in gold. At least give me some Terranite tonight, guys. Let's go. $15. Well, I asked for it. Just didn't get exactly what I was looking for. Let's see, 14, 14, and 31, 2. I think we've already looked at that one. Let's keep heading away from this group out here. Okay, we got one down out here at 10. Let's go take a look. It's all about the Terranite and the quantanium tonight. Let's see what's going to pop first. All right, come on, Monox, let's go. Is that a loan? It is. That's weird. All right. $47 in gold. Lots of gold out here. We're not messing around with any gold tonight. Okay, we're going to keep on trucking. I'm being picky tonight. Not going to find any Stellaron or Rysite out here. Probably think chances are extremely low. Last time I checked Regolith, there was nothing like that here, but all right. A lot of rocks down here. Let's see what the big ones are going to give us. Tungsten. 64K gold rock. That one might be fun. 180 something SCUs total. Okay, we'll take this one. And let's see what else is out here. $16K Laranite. Give me something else. One more thing. 27K gold. All right. I don't even want to bother putting an Optimax on that one. This one, on the other hand, we're going to take home. Get up nice and close. That one's going to be too much for the laser out front, so we'll all right, let's see if we can go crack a quantanium rock tonight and not blow it up. All right. All right, 35 meters out. Got to watch this one as we get past halfway here. Come on, baby. And there she goes. All right, let's go climb in a Hofstad and see what we can see here. Slight bit of overcharge, but not too bad. And that was a 50K quantanium rock right there. All right, 5% on that one, huh? 54% on that guy. We'll go ahead and crack that one. Look at that beautiful Hofstad, just double the optimal. Gotta love that focus. Nice and easy. All right, let's see what this one is right behind it. Okay. Watch the optimal size on this one as we crack it. There we go. That's what that focus does for us. All right, any more before we get the extraction party started? I'm going to do that one last. All right, 100%. Let's get the party started. Not as much inert as I thought there was going to be, so that's good. A lot of good shards here, too. Oh, that was 100% inert right there, though. That's 100% shard right there. Almost. Close. Nice and easy on this one. Got plenty of cargo space, so we're pretty much going to scoop everything here. As long as I see that quantanium counter moving up. All right. And since we don't have all freaking night, we are on a countdown timer now. And we got to go home no matter what, so we're just going to grab what we can grab. Okay, I believe. Make sure there's not anything hiding underneath that one. And we're doing great. Still got plenty of time. See if we can get that one out of the way. All right. That is... Yep, that's that whole rock right there. Okay. Might as well grab some laranite while we're out here. That is a beautiful sight, my friends. All right, got some laranite out of this deal. And I'm just taking a crack at this one. Nope, not gonna happen. All right, let's get home. All right, I think we ended up with about 25 on quantanium, so not terrible. But am I done tonight? Hell no. We're coming back. Nice view for you guys there. There it is. All right. So we'll hit the orbital marker, and then that'll put us in the right spot to hit checkmate. What do we got here? Yeah, so we got 22 SCUs of quantanium and then 10 of laranite. So There's those photorealistic clouds, as they say. And off to checkmate we go. All right, we're getting into that volatile cargo timer now, so we got 14 minutes left, so plenty of time to get back home. Then we'll drop this one off and go find another one. All right, there's our hangar. And as usual, right near the asteroid. Between the asteroid and the wire. All right, we'll get the Argo Mole stored here. Get her repaired. And there we go, right in time. Getting a little bit of wear and tear on that paint. Not much yet. All right, let's go get another refinery job going here. We may not even take this refined product back to Stanton. We may just sell it out here somewhere. We'll see. All right, so 22, so we'll have like 1900 refined maybe. Laranite, we'll dump the rest. Yeah, 1930 and 815. So let me just see what Regulus is saying about this at current market prices. So 500,000 on the quantanium. Probably inerted another 500,000. And the Laranite's not going to be worth much, about 25 maybe. And how about that 4410 on Terranite tonight? What do we get with that? So another 440,000. So about $1 million in mining so far tonight. Kind of slow night, actually. All right, let's get the mold called back up. There she is. Let's head on back. And let me just make sure I have a max lift on board here. Yeah. Perfect. All right, back to Monox. Let's see if we can find something else big. All right, let's not smack a turret, an asteroid, or a wire tonight, please. Oh, yeah. All right, back to Monox. Let's do it. We need a quantanium or a Terranite rock in like the 70 to 72K range. That's what we're looking for tonight. But if I find something in the 50K range, we'll mess with that too. If it's something like Terranite, we'll just Optimax it. Have a bunch of those on board. I love how this stuff, how your destination just disappears. Like, what am I flying towards here? Here we go. Stickman, what's up, my man? Welcome to the stream. Okay, that's OM2. We don't want that one. There we go. See if we can get some speed going here. There's OM1. Let's get some vertical speed too. Let me get the cruise control on. And I think what we're going to do is we're actually going to... I think I'm going to hit the flats right out here. We're going to get someplace quicker today. This nice flat area right here looks good to me. Let's go ahead and accelerate into it. Still not getting some wear and tear on my paint yet, Humble. I'm a little bit disappointed. I mean, there's a little bit here and there, but... nothing major yet. There we go. All right, look at that beauty as we head down. Stickman, how's the stream quality for you tonight, buddy? Sound okay? Video okay? All right, let's head down into the flats and see what the flats are going to serve us today. I'm not looking for a snack or table scraps. Let's see if we can find some decent sizes and decent materials out here. I'm telling you guys right now, Monox is the place for big rocks. It's not going to be tier S materials, but it'll be quantanium or terranite. So I'm running HDR. And here are the settings that I use. I'm going to pop back out so I don't smack into the ground, but hopefully you can pause and check it out. All right, beautiful. This is where we want to be, right down in here. Love the desert. All right, let's shallow out our descent. Head right into the sun. And let's get that vector indicator. There we go. There we go. All right. What do we got today, Monox? 27.3 and a 97 and a 20. So yeah, we're looking good here. But this one's going to have a lot. Let me get out of cruise control here. They say that HDR is experimental. I like the color a lot better personally. And I haven't any problems with crashes or anything like that due to HDR. So 46K Laranite rock. Check out the latest video I have on my YouTube channel, Stickman. It's got the hardware setup I'm using, and I max everything out on the settings here. All right. Laranite. This is a big Laranite field right here. But Laranite is not what we're here for. A lot of rocks though. Is that, did I read that right? Was that 113,000 on mass? Yeah, 113, 815, 232 SCUs. Wow. $55 on Bexlite, 181 XCUs. Looking for stuff that's a little bit more. Last I checked, Bexlite's running about 6,000 per SCU. $78 on Bexlite. Laranite and Bexlite just not exactly what I'm out here hunting for tonight. But a nice field though. And for those that are curious, lindenium, which is what you find in NYX, that's running about 7,000 per SCU at current market prices in the PTU. So that hopefully that'll change. But 100,000 mass tungsten rock, that's a big rock. $95,000 gold. Man, if we were a multi-crew mole or another mining operation, this would have been a fantastic field just for raw material. Okay, we got a 20K out this direction. Let's go check it out. Yeah, I thought I did a direct sale on the tungsten, but I guess I didn't. I'm gonna have to rewind the stream. I thought I went and did a direct sale, but maybe I didn't. It's getting late, Humble, so I might have forgotten. Either way, we'll take what we can while we can. Another 45K rock right there. More Bexlite. A lot of that stuff here. All right. 6,000. Those are animals. More animals. A 13,840 out here. Go check it out. Man, look at all these signatures. They're everywhere. So Humble's saying look for 10. If not, move on. Okay. $36K Terranite rock. Let's see if there's something else in here worth taking. Hopefully for something a little bigger than that. Gold. Nope. Okay, let's keep on trucking. Looks like we got a single out here ahead of us, maybe. All right, let's see what we got out here. More gold. We are definitely not out here for that. Dang, 97K rock right there. That's a big one. $104K laranite, another big, huge rock. $62K Terranite, we'll take that one. And a 20K Quantanium. So that looks like a pretty good pair to me. Vexilite 26. Yeah, this is a nice little field right here. All right. There's our rock. Let's see if we can do a little bit better job landing here. There we go. All right, let's go stick a mining gadget on this guy. Beautiful rock right there. Oh my. And still managed to get up to 93 on that. Wow. All right, let's get to work. One thing about Monox, it does get a little windy out here. Sometimes it'll blow you slightly off your rock. All right, you guys know which laser we're going to have to use on this one. And I have a feeling we're going to have to come back up here, unlock the ship ports, and put some more gadgets on. But we'll try it with the charges we have left. Okay, 29 meters out. Come on, get out there. Oh, barely made it. All right. Let me go ahead and use up this stampede right here. Go ahead and pop that one off as well. So that way we start fresh. So close. We'll go unlock the ship ports and then refill. Nope, gotta do it one more time. And I'm going to do this without landing, I think. Well, hopefully we don't need to land. There that one goes. Okay. Oh, looks like I actually have like 3. Okay, so let's put 2 of those in the backpack, and we'll put one of these in. There we go. start with the Stampede first. Oh, let's leave that here. Go unlock these ship ports first. All right, we'll hit right Alt K. There we go. We're unlocked. And I'm going to try and guess the orientation here a little bit. Okay, item misaligned. So we'll just rotate it. There we go. That one's attached. Next. Okay, item misaligned. I want to, there we go. I want to do that one first instead. There's number 2. And last but not least, attaching valid. There it is. All right, we got all 3 of them done here. Now that we've had a refill, let's see what we can get done here. Not perfect, but not bad. Let's go see what that Optimax did for us. Okay, 43%. $73, pretty good. 61, pretty good. Is that saying, what is this saying? Impossible? Really? Yeah, I didn't think so. Maybe that's a reason to keep that focus, that Riger C3 on there after all. Careful now. Let's get that power down. Oh, come on. No desyncs right now. Nice, easy break. There we go. %95 tungsten and inert. Okay. I'm going to go ahead and blow this one up. Okay, we're going to have to crack those. So let's start with these first and see what we got here. 58%, 40%. $85%. We'll take that one. $73, we'll take that one as well. Take the 83%. Not the 31. Definitely take the 100. Ah, had a tungsten fall right in front of that thing. That sucks. All right. All right, that's it for that. Let's go pop that quantanium rock. Get a little bit of that. And I'm going to go Optimax that as well. I'm curious to see on a rock that size how it does. Well, depending on the resistance. Let's go take a look. Now resistance is at 19. See if we can park in a little bit better spot. There we go. Make sure I got what I need here. Nope. This is gonna make that optimal real frisky. But let's see what we can do here. If it's too bad, we'll come take it off and try something else. All right, let's get our gear up, nose up. Get a scan out here so I can see it. Yeah, we're at the right distance. We back off just slightly. And there she is. All right, let's take a look. Okay, says easy. So let's get the power all the way down. You know, that optimal's not as bad as I thought it was going to be. And we'll just massage this one all the way through. There she goes. All right. Let's go get on the Hofstad, scoop up as much quantanium as we can with the hold almost full, and that was a nice easy break on a 20K rock. No big deal. And hopefully the Optimax did its job on the cluster modifier, and we'll get some nice shards out of this. We'll see. %. 32%. Not looking great over there. 33%. How about these guys? Not great. All right, let's grab what we can grab. Okay, let's take a look at this shard right here. I'm curious. Nope, Optimax didn't help us out with that at all. I'm going to go ahead and just keep extracting this one, even though we're full. I want to see what's behind it. All right, let's head back to the barn. All right, let's get the ship ports locked here. Checkmate's a nice, easy little short hop. All right, we're calibrating and we're headed back. And this time we're going to sell out everything else that's junk at direct ore sales. Feature, not a bug, right? Look at those big old asteroids hanging out right there. Yikes. All right, we're not going to smack into any wires or anything tonight, hopefully. So beautiful. All right, let's get this thing offload all the cargo. Get the mole stored. Would have had a lot more Terranite on board, and frankly more quantanium if I had emptied out the hold from the last run, but that's the way the cookie crumbles. Okay, quantanium 502 and Terranite. There we go. All right, and let's make sure that work order took. Yep, okay. Then over to direct ore sales here. All right, that paid for my gas and a little bit of the damage. And now we have an empty mole. So let's try this one more time. Grab a couple of mining modules and some replacement gadgets. Okay, so let's see. We got a couple of Sabirs on board. Okay. Okay, I'm going to put a couple of stampedes in here. And a couple of surges. And I can't possibly be out of Optimaxes. But but it is kind of looking that way. All right, well, let's see if we can grab a couple of these down at the refinery. I don't know if we can buy those here or not. I haven't checked lately. Yep, okay. $27K a piece on those bad boys. All right, let's get our mole called back up here. And grab a couple more modules or gadgets. All right, we'll leave a couple of those in the mall. And we're out of here. We're going back to Monox. See if we can get a rock done right tonight. I do have something to drink, right? Okay, 7. Before he gets worse, take care of that real quick. I'm going to litter in my own ship. All right, now we got him all settled. I love having to do this every play session. All right, look at that. We're all zeroed out on cargo. Got to come up with a checklist every time I leave from now on. All right. There's our beautiful mole. Make sure our vector indicator is not, there we go. We got all that crap sold, Humble. I am zeroed out on cargo, my man. Thank you. All right, back to the desert we go. All right, let's see what Monox does for us. Getting a little wear and tear on the paint, just a little bit, not much yet though. All right, let's see what the desert has in store for us tonight on our last run of the evening here. All right, there's our first signature of the run here. $66K quantanium rock. That's not bad. Bexolite. Anything else in here besides the quantanium? Let's see here. Can't leave that rock behind for sure. Got a 61K gold. All right, well. She's going to give you what she's going to give you, so we're going to go ahead and take it. Okay, we'll get out of gimbal mode here. We transfer some stuff to our storage. And I have a feeling I'm going to need that. And maybe that. And definitely that. And I didn't look at what our resistance was at. Let's go take a look. Well, we may need to bring that resistance down a little bit. After all. Yep, for sure. Okay. Well, let's go put this puppy down on the ground and do just that. A Sabir it is. All right, do we have a Sabir in the backpack? Nope. So let's grab one of those. And we'll go pop this rock. All right. Upside down, of course. But 74% already. Nope. Okay. Detach. Try a different spot over here. .93 is good enough for me. All right. All right, let's get the mole repositioned. I have a feeling I'm going to be putting new modules on because I'm not going to be able to pop this one with what I have left. So if we need to do that, we'll come back up, unlock the ship ports, put brand new modules in there, and then we'll get this done. So we have a 66K quantanium rock right here. All right. Just going to go nose up here, 15 degrees. Let's hop back into the Helix 2 with the 2 surges and Stampede. Like I said, I'm pretty sure I'm going to be changing those out, so that's why we bring extras, is for cases just like this. All right, now we're down to 14, so I don't know if that's much better, honestly. Well, at least it moved a little bit. Might have to actually get even closer. Yep, we're gonna have to get closer. Okay. Well, we'll go ahead and use up the rest of these modules on this and then start over from scratch and move closer. Let's see if I can find a better place on the rock. There goes 2. I'm going to Alt F4 out because now we got this bug going on again. There we go. All right. Alt F4 out real quick. Then we'll replace the modules, move even closer, and give that another shot. And I think we're going to go ahead and pop 3 surges on this one. All right. So what do we got? We have, okay. Well, we have a couple of stampedes. I'm going to try 2 surges and a stampede again. We'll just move closer. Actually, I think we're just going to go 3 surges this time. All right, let's move the ship closer and
systems activating. Systems.
there we go. Okay. Ship ports. Try that. There's number 1. Okay, we're going to try, I think we're going to try the surge and stampede this time. Let's put 2 surges on there first. There's 2. Let me make sure I have 1 more surge in there before I make my decision here. Do not. All right, well, we can't risk it. Let's just do 3 surges. Ah. Dropped it. All right, let's try this again. There we go.
Fracturing mode on. Mining mode on.
All right, off to the races. Perfect break. Doesn't get any easier than that. No overcharge. Not a thing. That was a triple surge crack right there.
Systems activated. Systems on.
Not impossible. Having to work this Hofstad to get this little shard done, but she's going to get it done. That one's gonna blow. All right.
Attack on shields. Attack on shields.
All right, time to start scooping. Let's see what we can do here. All right, let's hop over to the other laser real quick. Break the bigger ones.
Fracturing mode on. Mining mode on.
Wow, still impossible. All right, off to the front mining head we go. If we get blown off this rock, we must have.
Mining mode on.
All right.
Systems activating. Systems on.
That one's still taking quite a bit of power.
Extraction.
All right, let's see if we can get some decent shards out of this one. All right, that's it. So we'll grab these little tiny bits right here since we have a little cargo space anyway. That'll get us 20 SCUs out of this one. And let's head back to the barn. And we got plenty of time left, hopefully, before the ship blows up. I did take my sweet time on that one. Oh, with a 25-minute countdown timer, I mean... There's a lot more cushion in there. All right, let's turn and burn.
Quantum travel engaged.
And back in plenty of time.
Quantum travel complete.
There's our hangar. Let's get her parked. Make sure we don't hit that stupid cable. All right.
Landing gear down.
Perfect. All right. We are back. And we still had 12 minutes.
Systems off.
That's interesting. I guess you can't jump out when it's like that. Okay, let's get the mole stored. And another successful run. Another 500,000 or so. All right, let's see what we got here. A little bit of Bexlite, a little bit of quantanium, and we're going to dump the tungsten. 1719 and 1775, so not bad. All right. So quantanium on the last 3 runs. And then not so good, good, not so great. So but it's Bexlite and Terranite, so we'll go ahead and sell off an additional 11,000 to pay for our fuel. And that, my friends, is going to conclude the stream tonight. So I want to thank everybody for joining me. Sorry we couldn't get any mining done in NYX. It's just kind of nothing scanning out at the moment. So I appreciate everybody joining. And we'll hopefully see you again.